Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but what's the last thing you remember? It does look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head. You're just lucky you've been given a second, which is why there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaked. I would have gone in after him, but he made me... There's no way I'm leaving without him. What I mean is... Oh, there... Oh, All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe in any case... Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Price... Great. My hero. Oh, and...
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except... Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right, and I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? No. You know, that's... Wait. It's 817 AUC. Hey, not so loud. Just said horrible business. I heard... But listen, you see, live by... Not... It's... But our magistrate... So then... Look, you... Follow me! When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here.
Who are you?
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
It's too late. And I that then that anywhere else. So all I could, and now I'll never. Well, unless you have get me that Silphium. I don't care how you get it, but you have. I swear to the. Well, come back if you.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing. I still... I woke up... If you like. If... There was a... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Thank you.
I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! And I'd bet...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you.
Boy, how did you get in there, you
Thank you. I have to hide. What? Ugh.
Stop right there. I'm looking... I am... So, is that a... Thank... Now tell... As I was... Oh, all the You... So you admit you're not... That... And I saw the... You've cleared... Now... You lot of... It's all... What? How? Very... The Emperor... Do you have any last words? Well, I'd say that's rather convenient.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Whichever guard is responsible for this.
salvage. Oh. Oh, and since you... Just attach the pulley to the rope over the leg, and... But don't... All right. Ah, no.
My name's... Follow me.
What are you? She needs the resin of a What? Yulia? Hopefully in... That was extraordinary. Ah, look. That was like you just... And maybe in the mean... That's...
You have to... I have... What? Go.
Stop. Thank you.
Curse you, cultist!
You there! Now I am... But... Tell me... And here I was thinking I would... Supposedly, now, I can't, with your bit, use your, and even if we were to split. Excellent. Now, good. Diana is I got it. The one thing priests and it just so happens that they're, and would you like to guess what she's holding? Precise. Oh, gods, no. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin... Then, you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft, but make no mistake, this is a dangerous... But in my experience, all the best adventures... Now. Because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas... So. Wonderful. Now, if you're... This is a and here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as... It's just at the end of the street.
Families.
Same way as every... None of you. If...
I mean, all seems like I'm the only one.
I don't know.
Of course. What?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that? Please.
I'm sorry, but I just don't.
Please, help. Thank you.
You know about that? Well, you don't understand. It's if I back... Oh, really? But we're still in... Really? You'd... It's... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish that... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new Oh my, I suppose but let's do it. You know, I'm not entirely... Karen, you say? Why is... The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like... So, I apologize. Have you spoken? I really think you should. Good. I just... Up until a few... She was always so... And then... She withdrew, but she... Look, it... But... There... I just... Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
You're not so... Talk. I think I have quite a... This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let any... And I liked... Well... Unlikely.
Why? You know, sometimes now I'll let it, but I couldn't agree more. It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to... Oh, don't look. So... I expect... I heard. That...
Oi! How did you get in there?
Ixion turns. You, Tantalus, cannot catch catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp.
He watches through their eyes.
Oh, the moon.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were... What's the last thing... Really? You know what? Don't answer that. Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you. He went in. I would have gone in after him. There's no way I'm leaving with. What I mean is, I was hoping. If you can do that. Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Oh, all right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger... He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. But maybe the two... In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that... You really don't remember? We're in Italy. Not much, really. What? Great. So you're ready to go look... Oh, and he left this here.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except... Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain." For this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right, and I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now, and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? No. You know, we sort of lose... It's 817 AUC. Sorry. Hey, not so loud. Just saying that name could land you in trouble here. Horrible business. I heard Nero executed some of them, but a lot of people are still... But listen, most folks seem... You seem very... Live... Not look... It's kind... But our magistrate... So then... Follow me! When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living...
Before he... Cerberus lifts his dribbled head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
a faraway land.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty. You have to do... Thank... I have to hide... What? All right, fine. Fabia, but now...
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you for your service to the
Filthy, lying degenerate!
Name's Rufius. Can't families... Same. Because we're all in... If you would... None of you be... If we... If... What?
You there! Now I am... But... Tell me, do you have any idea? Well, but he supposedly... Now, I can't help but think with the ability to transmit... Use your imagination. And even if we were to split all the... Now, I... Good. Diane, the one... And would you... Pris... Oh, God! No, then. But make no... Where am I? Now. Because the... So... What? This is a quad... And here we are, a gold leaf. Now I've got an it's just at the end of the...
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant called... It's too late. No.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own... Usually... And then you would find a way. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refresh. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like Egyptian. So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any. Good. Thank you. Come.
Feeling all right? Oh no, there was, but anything. And I that then anywhere so all and now. Well, and get me. I don't care how you get it. I swear to. I wish just a city, but snakes like Decius will always find absolutely nothing. In some ways, sure. Gladly. I'm I would have divorced him, so I waited for the as he prepared. I could barely see. The next thing I remember. It's all right. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the kind of, but where until she said this change the last, and then she's been gone so long. But I really wish I could reach her. One of my patients is suffering from. I really shouldn't. He's become so I just know. You did? Willow back. I have some. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. All right. Well, thanks again.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Ah, you're... Well, I'm an architect. Or help out with repairs and... But you probably don't want to hear about the... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines, but there's one thing that puzzles me. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and who really built this. If only there was a way we could talk. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical. It's funneled below the palace, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpine. Hey, I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to... Of course. Oh. Look, I haven't done it. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Novium, I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cup, so I hid who I was for. What was it? But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living, needless to say, since I'm now living underground, my openness didn't go down well among the Nice of you. In any case, the Romans are far more, or at least I thought. The strange. I've never really been interested in any of the men. If I had to guess. Strange bunch. If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. All I know is if these threats keep. What? I'm glad you arrived. Someone who lives. Oh, but if you find them. Come back.
Greetings and salutations.
Ah, you again. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Finally, some relief. I've been... It was too much. I owe you one. And you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Seems like I'm the... I don't know. See? See you around.
Any news about my secret admirer? Nice.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
No. I know. I'll leave. I'm going.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor... And I...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been... Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either well... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different coloured, and I'm hardly the only person with... I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen. Well, I am not suffering from it. Unlikely, because it's... What? You are I trust you. Through the door. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital... Perhaps you're not as silly as those... You know, some time ago, when he still... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. I confronted him about it, and he stammered. I let it go, eventually, and yet... Questions have lingered in the back of... But... I couldn't agree more. It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring me some... Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must... So... Thank you. Here's the letter. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. Give me that immediately. Another copy? No. What? It was a lie of a mission. You were planning the... I curse you. This is outrageous.
How did you get in there, you chief?
Any news? You went snooping in it. Have you... Really? How did you manage that? Ah, poor fellow. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Welcome to my humble store. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and droning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then, when I In any case, I went... Anything... I hope...
You... Why would I suppose that makes you... So... Oh... Fine. Ruling. I'll have to admit is... There.
visitor. Welcome. It's a sincere... Tell me. Then perhaps the fates... I will tell you everything I know. But first, the one thing I long for above all else before I die. Let us find out with this simple...
Ave. And did you note? Oh, keep asking Livia's fate. Come.
You... I do have a question. I don't understand. Oh, I see. Oh, I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. Oh, there's not much. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband. I spent the next week in the end, but after about a day, I remember closing my eyes for a bit. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't... Anyway, I went searching for... It's nice of you to say. All right.
Wonder how much one of these... terrible You mean, how did I... All right. Mostly sculpt. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. So I gather my coins and some priceless vases and all the way down to the river. I'm elbowing for a stampede. But, to my surprise, but the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then... No, too heavy. Of course I choke. I mean, I can always buy a new... So I put my hand on the car, and in one swift motion, she took... Naturally, I dived in up. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something. When I came to, I'd washed up on the river. Thank you, friend. But it turns... Look around you. Very well.
Salve. Ah, it's you again. Now. Well, I'm a farmer. One day, my father... But my mother... More raiding stuff. One night. I got my father's... But there were... My home. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I spent a few years, tried to escape a couple of times. I'd probably still be there, too. Everybody was running. I got swept. The next thing I knew, some stranger was... That's what I thought too. See, I finally had my own farm. Until so, don't you, Thanks, friend. Anyway... Oh.
the next, it's, and well,
Yeah, what else? Yes, what else? That's true. It's as you mentioned earlier. You met a young woman in the... I see. And was this Karen? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. All right, you're here. You are... Here. Look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them, if I can. my first thought too. But it was also possible... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, each of them is slightly different. Whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a... It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't a... You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood. And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without... Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need... The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a key. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, if you could recover and replace... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that you'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way. However, This one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. It would, and they've been, if I... Perhaps, but I'm afraid... As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, the problem is, how do... Leaving that aside for a moment... Truly? Then again, can you tell... Fascinating. Tell me. It's a reason, and... Alright. As for... In end, May 4...
Ah, you've returned. I will tell you everything. The one thing I long for about... Let us find out. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me... Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only... Well, that's reassuring. And you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong, so we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is... How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what... If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicated, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to answer them? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception. For any rule you can imagine, there are countless situations. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around. And so we must accept our limitations. And the sad, in mathematics we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a time and life under tyranny. I'm glad to hear. In any case, thank you for I will tell you, but you may find it. Very few know this, but before, when the Romans came, in typical fashion, and when they found an obelisk, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, they gathered their art and valuables. However, there was one thing that always seemed, an even older plaque bearing any... We had no idea until, as a result of their deaths, we extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for but it turns out this game has been... I think it is best you head through the... There are certain things... Take this key. I enjoyed our chat. Ah, you've returned.
Stop! Do not come any closer. I am Kabash. And let me get... Trout. That is welcome news. I was planning to return. Here, take it. Now, indeed, I stumbled across a collection. You may not, in fact, because it speaks a I will tell you, but it has a name, and that is the Duat. As Egypt, when they found the Obal, even the as I am glad to hear it. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did. I sense. You will never know. This work... You are too late. It is done. You would plunge. We shall see. You are... I am... Oh, I did... Good. Wait. You... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that you will... I disagree. You have Very well. Why should I Then you add many of... We prepare to have our... And yet, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed up... I am not sure Now you insult me. You... Ha, good. I can only hope one more tremor will...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Why? That many weep and did up. I am... You are... Very well. I will remain here.
Ah, you've returned.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me... I don't think so. Oh. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry... Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake, and... Oh. Poor Virgil. Poor... Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival... I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Keep an eye out for Santa.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honoured to have been...
How can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get a feeling you lot had something to do with it?
What are you doing in here? She needs... What? Yulia? Hopefully in a moment. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this? A what? That you... And in the mean... That's a...
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
Filthy
I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run. Salve again? How is it possible? Who's this? Oh. Yeah. Oh, now. Oh,
Demetrius. What? Oh. Fine. I'll have Demetrius there.
Citizen.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
It's too late for that. If I backed out... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell you...
Citizen. Sentia. No idea what... What? Oh, I think I have seen that plot. Oh. You didn't get that.
What? How?
The newcomer
May
arranged it
Apollo
somehow.
keep you safe.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief.
A new face.
Oh my. Let's see. We don't have much to go on. Hercules. And... Maeve. Arve. Well, Malleolus, why do you ask? You You can, assuming that... You can, assume... Certainly. Certainly. Maybe...
Ah, I hear... You get and says, and of so we're unlit. Of... Well... Nice to...
Say it. Then... I thought I had... he gave... And...
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you? Greetings. My name's... Follow me. The only thing...
Salve. Salve.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Greetings and salutations.
Ave.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Ave. See you again soon.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Citizen.
Salve.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. And, I hope there's something. Why? I take back what... Let's just forget. Certainly. Whatever you... All right.
Salve.
Well, why do you up? I'm responsible. All of the male citizens. There are some women who can vote. I can't allow the perception, but if it's any consolation, by using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. You can, assuming they're eligible. Certainly. See you again. Isn't the great temple majestic?
Citizen.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Citizen.
Isn't the great temple
Keep an
majestic?
eye out for Santilla, would you?
Salve.
Ave. See.
They said that. What does it say? What? He said he gave me all I now know, but Hannibal said Galerius already tried. Like Galerius, if you help make him magistrate, Hannibal said it was. Bye-bye.
Saw you. Anyway, I'm so. Well, I've been trying. It's too. Do you think? Oh, thank. Even I could. I've bounced the idea around, but from what I hear, maybe that's not such a bad. He did? Oh, that was. I'll let equity. All right. Fortune smile on you, sister.
It'll be... Why do... Or... That I can't... But if it... By... I... So... See... See you again soon.
Oh, and now, what's on your mind? This is going to make us. What I really. But you mean you see? Even if. What do you say?
of that man, but he is the least subtle secret admirer you. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He'd just stand there each morning. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestals. Then, I hope. See.
I hope you're coping.
Galerius, definitely. He put it. All right. Nice to.
Welcome to my camp. My friend. Galerius. But of.
Whatever's in that grate, you there. I'm sorry. In fact, then, but make no. Where am I now? So, are you? Ugh.
Galerius. Fine. See.
It'll be between. Why do you ask? As I. Very well.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can, and tell me what she says.
Look. Gallery. Well.
You there. Then you... But make no mistake, but in my now. So. Are you... Ah. Sentius, I suppose. Yeah? Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Harvey. Oh, how lovely. I... Of that much... Love. He... That... I have...
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
See you again.
So, no. I would... Oh. In the... If you could... Oh.
On your best behavior, I trust?
It'll be between... Why do you ask? As a... very...
Citizens?
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Pelver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabian.
Dacius?
Galerius.
Virgil?
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
My rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted.
Hello?
My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Thank you. You could, and maybe my friend Hannibal used to look up, but... Oh, thank you. Hope you find... Oh, look over there. Maybe it is treasure.
Shelby!
I hope you're coping.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You lit. Poor bro. All right. I'll go.
Oh!
Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from the silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, then what an odd... I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12... This should come as no surprise to you, since the Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? Very well. Do you plan to speak in sweeping No, this should agree. The Rome... It... Yet... Enough. Do you plan... That is merely the name your people have given. Very well. Good. Only, it has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing. so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? I warned you not to lie. You will make a... How dare you? And I've been watching you with curiosity, but there will further. That is merely the... I know it. This should be agree. The road, if it yet. Enough. Do you plan to... Good. Only...
I do. If that...
How did you come to...
He cannot know.
I do. Tread. Enough. Why... Ha! If you... So... That is of... Every... They... Ah, let me... Do you... Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. I suppose there is a hierarchy among my kin, with Jupiter at the top. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you're right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument, when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a fine statue. How suffer? And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. But they first. Oh, it is when Charon.
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Enough. Why? Ha! If you so. That is. They fail. Let me. Do you Of course. My. Where, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the sort. That is a very... They fail. But let me... Do you... Of... Where to begin? Our lifespans in which... Because that... That... They fail... let me... Do you... Of... My love for her does not... Where, in which... It would be most... Because that is... That is a very... That is a... Every one of those people was guilty of... They failed... Let me... Do you... Of... Where? In which... Because... That is a very... These people... Then you still have the option. Accordingly, I read... They... let me ask you that. Do you in which... It... Because... You could say that. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. But there will be first. This should be it is yet enough. Good. And Carol. How did I enough of it? Why have you if you so tell me. That is a very every one of they but let me ask you this. Do you of course where in which because my kin have no superiors. I suppose there is a hierarchy among my kin, with Jupiter at the top. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that. If you are right, how can I... Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a... How? And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? Later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My you will talk more. When the go as my the road it yeah. Then what an... Do you plan to speak in sweeping... Oh, Carol. Tread lightly. Enough of this. Why? Ha ha ha. If you... So. That is a very... Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure they let me... Do you... Of course... Where? In which... Because that... My kin have no superiors. Bah! For a moment, they fail. Let me ask, do you... In which... My... Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you're right, then how can I accept your argument? Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a... How dare you? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal. You're unlike the others, aren't you? But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to... As you will. Opa. Your gate. Come. He will talk. That is a. Yeah. Mike. But. But then. Whoever as some. They and. Oh, that Drake. But I took and as you as I've all this should be agree the rope even it yet enough you clear do you plan very oh it is long been when I Charon wait tread enough of this. What? You know far. You will remain here. If you so. How so? And beast. He is a volatile and confused. Pathetic. That is a very... Everyone... They failed... let me do you in... Where to... In which... Because that... My kid... Make your point. Let me... If... How can... Wait. What? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Preservator's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that? A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the way Jern Lee for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
Oh! Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Know who you are? I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else is... You go on.
You're back! But... Oh, what a relief. Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you were falsely accused of a terrible crime, and fled into the wild to evade your accusers. On your final night, you were offered sanctuary in the cottage of a stranger who gave you food and money, including, by accident, a coin of ancient origin. Unfortunately, you were apprehended and attacked by authorities. Your host leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths. Well, those stories came a long time ago. My master created 1,000 silver coins and had me My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, it means there is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself. Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you'd better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more. We're just so thankful for what you did for... Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hi there.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves. You too.
Hello!
You are here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend it. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So, I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too. Don't.
Greetings. You must be the legendary oracle. It is a sincere I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa over... I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
Hello.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have... I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Is it not?
In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed. I'm just so happy. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. I really am. You too. Good evening.
Hello there.
Some soiree, innit?
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a... I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid. I'm already up to the 19th century and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my... Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. And I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern to stop me from escaping. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina... I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I understand the way you just showed up out of the blue. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always... Every day I look at her, and so we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now. And I... Thank you. You...
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what to... You too. Look...
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina,
former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.